Morning, everyone. Call the meeting to order. The agenda, any additions or deletions? Dustin's moving the agenda as presented. Vote. That's carried. I get somebody to move us into the public hearing. Lloyd, sorry, Michelle. Lloyd he got the head nod quicker. Maybe he woke up or something, I don't know. Vote. That's carried. Okay. Public hearing is now open. We're looking at bylaw 2023-16. Kayleen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bylaw 2023-16 is submitted by Global Remax Surveys on behalf of Farron and Leanna Forsyth, and it's an application to reclassify a 2.03 hectare or 5.02 acre parcel from Agricultural District 2 to Country Residential District 2. The existing title is 157.43 acres in size and is located within the Southwest 25-11-5 west of the 4th. If the land use amendment is approved, then the applicant's intent is to apply to the Municipal Planning Commission for subdivision approval to create a separate title. The property is located along Township Road 114, approximately 3 kilometers south of Township Road 120 and 0.4 kilometers east of Eagle Butte Road. The proposed reclassification area will have no alternative but to gain direct and immediate access from Township Road 114. The remainder of the agricultural title has an existing approach, and the applicant's wish is to continue utilizing this approach to the existing yard site that is currently being established. Therefore, the surveyor has accommodated a 30-meter wide access drive to allow adequate access to and from the proposed parcel. The proposed reclassification area is currently vacant, while the remainder of the agricultural title contains dryland pasture. There is an existing agricultural subdivision to the west, which has been recently registered by Alberta Land Titles, and the applicant intends to service the proposed area with a cistern and an on-site septic disposal field and tank. There are no oil or gas wells within 100 meters of the proposed reclassification area. If we could flip to the adjacent land uses, Leslie Ann, thank you. So you'll see bylaw 2023-16. Predominantly the immediately adjacent uses are agriculture, and then a half mile to the north you've got the existing country residential subdivisions. If the application were to be approved, the proposed reclassification and subdivision would be the final title eligible to be subdivided from the parcel. A residence is currently being developed on the remainder of the agricultural parcel, and the title is located outside of the Tri-Area Intermunicipal Development Plan boundary. The South Saskatchewan Regional Plan states that municipalities are to identify their agricultural land and to limit fragmentation and conversion to non-agricultural uses. Under the implementation section of the plan, Section 5, Efficient Use of Land, it states that the land use framework promotes approaches to reduce the amount of land taken up by permanent or long-term development by utilizing the minimum amount of land necessary. Section 4.1.23 Subdivision Residential of the Municipal Development Plan states that the county may support the subdivision of an existing farmstead or single vacant parcel if the following conditions are met. The parcel is redistricted to the appropriate country residential land use. The country residential parcel conforms to the applicable country residential regulation in the land use bylaw. The applicant, at the time of submitting the subdivision application, must comply with the county's design guidelines and construction standards for existing access and access to the proposed country residential parcel. The subdivision will not impact or hinder the ag use on the balance of the quarter section, and that all parcels have direct access to an existing municipal road network or a provincial highway. And at the time of writing this report, no comments were received from any of the adjacent landowners. My recommendation, Mr. Chairman, is approval, as the proposal complies with the agricultural strategy under the implementation of the plan of the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan, as well as Section 4.123 of the Municipal Development Plan. That is my presentation.
Okay, thank you, Kayleen. Is there any questions for the planner from council at this time? Not seeing any. Are there any other comments from anyone for or against this proposed bylaw? Come on up. Sorry, I didn't see you behind the chair there.
I'm an adjacent landowner.
Yeah, just sit down. There's a button there, and it'll turn the mic on for you, and state your name, and then you can go forward.
Okay, Teresa Rinke. I'm an adjacent landowner. I am probably the first person who's going to say that I'm in favor of being able to do whatever you want with your land, but there are rules so that it doesn't affect others. If we approve this, I'm just wondering what kind of precedent that's going to set, because I know such things have come forward in the past, the same sort of thing. Some people buy a quarter section and put on a house, then they build another house for somebody and another house for somebody. So I'm just wondering how that changes. As I understand, these are lovely people and it's nothing personal, and they're wanting their family to live with them, and I get that. But I have 4 kids, so can I put 4 kids on my quarter section where I live? I'm assuming that there are other options, that this could be, the Hutterites do it, the acreages are right next to them do it. So I'm assuming that there are other options. And my other concern is, if we're going to just start looking at everything case by case, why did we go through this a year and a half ago and have this whole new lovely book made for all the new rules? And where were the people at that time when we had the open houses and we had the consultants here that we paid to make the new bylaws? And that's my only concerns that I have is, we've been there, we've done this. Why are we looking at every single one all the time? I don't have any problem with them putting a 3rd home on there, as long as it never affects what I want to do across the road. And that's what the most important thing I want to state. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else for or against? Not seeing anybody else. I will now call for any final submissions, and for those who feel they have not had the opportunity to be participating in this public hearing. Normally I can shut that off. Not seeing anybody? The public hearing for bylaw 2023-16 is concluded, and no further submissions will be accepted. Thank you. Can I get a motion to close the public hearing, please? Michelle? Vote. That's carried. All right, 3.1.
4.1.
Or 4.1, sorry. The minutes. Everybody's read the minutes? Everybody's good with them? Blaine's moving the minutes? Vote. That's carried. 6.1, Terlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you is consideration for 2nd and 3rd reading of bylaw 2023, a land use amendment. The bylaw is on page 43 for your consideration.
Somebody want to move second so we can talk? Dustin's moving second. You have the floor.
I don't really have an issue with this. I don't think it's precedent setting on these either. We allow 3 titles on any subdivision that's outside of the IDP. And that's kind of been a consistent thing we've been doing for a number of years now. That didn't change in the last MDP either. So I don't see any change from what we've been doing in the past. And the biggest reason we look at them on a case-by-case basis is because of the different variables that may be with each subdivision. So I'm good with it.
Any other comments on it? Yep. Not seeing any more. Yes, I agree with Dustin. We've been staying consistent with us for years, so. Vote. That's carried. What'd you do to the screen, Les? Oh. Third reading, Lloyd. Vote. That's carried. I'm just going off of Shane's vote. If it's green up there, it's carried by Shane. 7, Caroline?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 45 is the CAO reports and administrative reports for your consideration. There is substantial information in here. There is also the AUC decision is in here. There was also on page 60, a letter from 7J Ranching Limited in regards to the Peace Butte Solar 2825-9. And so there's substantial information here for your consideration and discussion.
Thank you. Everybody's read. Dustin, you have a question?
Not a question. I just, the two really long things at the end, I submitted those. So one was that, just the letter from Reese and Carlick Weiber, and in regards to that Peace Butte Solar Farm. So I just wanted to bring highlight to that. They kind of reiterated some of the stuff that we talked about when they were in talking about that at last meeting, and we had brought up the issues about the watershed and whatnot. So they're the ones that are directly affected by it. And then also just that AUC decision, that's for that 879 power line. So the landowners group that went after the AUC to try and get that line moved, we weren't successful. But the biggest thing that came out of there is a definitive timeline of when that line is due to be replaced now, which there never was in the past. So if anything, I'll constitute that as a win. So.
Any other questions? Keith?
Yeah, on page 48. The public engagement session with Alberta Energy Regulator concerning Directive 071. Would you care to elaborate on that for me?
Kim?
Yeah, thank you through the chair. That initiative is brought by the AUC for Alberta for the emergency response plan and their requirements and what should be in that emergency response plan. Because we've been finding a lot of the DEMs made issues that the emergency response plans from all different industries it's very cumbersome to get through. So now they're making them like the other provinces, more of a template. And so when they fit that template, then it's easier to disseminate the information.
Okay.
Have anything else, Keith, or is that?
No, that's good.
Shane?
Couple. I'd like, through the chair for Public Works, to update me on Old Trans-Canada Highway, how we're coming along there, because we're into October now and we're running out of time if the contractor's going to do any deficiencies. That's number one.
Through the chair. Last Monday, the appeal consultant was on site to do their assessment of the surface, and we're waiting on those findings. So we were told it was coming this next week up ahead, And at that time, it will be presented what is in spec and what is out of spec and how we deal with accepting or rejecting or penalizing the surface that's not past specification.
Thanks, Ken. And on page 49, attended the Medicinet Regional Airport workshop. And then the state of the air service market and identify issues and priority improvements. Is there any big improvements or more airlines or anything really come about that, or?
I would have to get back to you. I don't know. I didn't attend that. That was our economic development officer.
It's under the EDO, so our economic development officer attended, so Kim will look into that and get back to you.
Oh, okay.
Anything else? Richard and then Michelle.
Through the chair, probably to Ken, the multi-use building in 7 persons, does that have to be like 99% done by the year end? Is that some grant money that has to be, I don't want to say burned up, but used?
Same as the library. Michelle?
This is for Steve through the chair. How did that assessor's thing go?
Thanks for the question. Yeah, it was amazing, very well attended. I think everybody had a lot of fun. It was really neat to see. We saw Michelle strat planning with Cypress View. It was really neat to see the interconnection between Cypress View doing their strat planning, using the funds, and the assessors in the room. Being able to fund or measure the funding for that type of thing. It was a neat connection. It was very well attended, went very well.
Any other questions? Blaine?
Just curious about the trees that are getting planted over here. Looks outstanding, but what's the, like, is it's their responsibility to look after them, and is there a what do you call it, a warranty on the trees when, if they die?
Yeah, so we've been working with Yuma Valley developer for some time, and the agreement was that if they wish to plant those trees, they would look after them for 5 years, and then at any time, the county has the right to remove remove the irrigation at any time. So, but they do look lovely, and they meet setbacks.
It's just pretty well a comment that under Chappus Lake Solar Project, that correspondence with the developer regarding estimated cost to repair the roads with no response. That's very sad to see that these renewable energy companies, some of them aren't responding to our request for road repairs after doing damage to the county roads and expecting the ratepayers of the county to flip the bill for their deal. It's quite disheartening to see this.
You? Keith and then Michelle.
Okay, just looking under the peace officer thing here, how are we proceeding to look after the AFRAX radio system? It says here the fee for access has been removed, and the onboarding process will begin. What does that look like?
So some time ago, Cypress County began to the movement of the province wanted community peace officers, in essence, the municipalities, to pay for the AFREC system. And so that we're just notified that there will be no charge, and that will be part of the program, because there has been concerns with community peace officers not knowing what's going on. So I believe they're beginning the integration of it, and our Director of Municipal Services and our community peace officer is working on that.
So do we have the radios already, or do we have to purchase the radios?
I'll have to, Kim's not here right now, so I'll get back to you on that.
Michelle?
This is back to Shane's comment on the 150 out there. On the plus side, the road is lovely. They just finished it. It looks great, but now we need somebody to pay for it.
Yeah. Robin, and then
Just a thought that was triggered by the comment on the solar projects. I know that when we've had, in the last couple of meetings, we've had conversations with regards to different projects where we've alluded to projects within the county that may be not operating at capacity at all or anything. It's come to my attention that at some of the times where we've alluded to the fact that it was not in production, that it was in full production. And I'm just kind of wondering, is there a way through, maybe through their permitting or their development permits, where we can have them provide to us like a quarterly report or something like that that shows what their production levels have been, so that we're not operating off of maybe more older information or anything like that, so that if we're being adamant with new developments that are coming in, that when we say that there's certain places that aren't operating, that we know that they aren't. Just kind of curious whether that would be an option or not.
so in the municipal planning, when we did the last one for a solar, that was one of the requests that they put in, and they showed us and proved to us that it's functioning. I forget what we did. Every 6 months, wasn't it? Yeah, twice a year. So we knew. And then it was also, if it was down for 6 months, that's when their reclamation was supposed to kick in, unless they could prove that they were waiting for parts or something like that that was holding them up. So yes, we have been working on putting that in with the MPC. Kaylee?
I just thought I would share as well. I found out last week that there's also a website that you can go to that captures all of the electrical generation projects in Alberta, so your wind power, your solar projects. You can view what their capacity is, what they're generating. It's a very good resource of information, and that's at the touch of our fingertips too if we need to access it. So also a very good resource that I come to learn about last week. So.
Excellent. Yep. Okay, hold on, I had a bunch of others. Yeah. Blaine and then Keith.
I guess I just have a question with the CP rail crossings. I know we talked about, I see on the Brooks line on Range Road 93 that they've changed the design a little bit and lowered the cost. But have we made any headway with in discussions with maybe rewriting or changing the agreement?
Yeah, it's been a bit of a process with understanding our obligation as Cypress County and where we fit in, and understanding the history of maintenance for not just that rail, but all the rails in the county. At one time, they were all under Alberta Transportation and not Cypress County. So we've been digging into all that information, and then what it's revealed is it's not clear what maintenance is. To CP now, maintenance is understood everything. To the original obligation, it referred to between the rails, not everything with the maintenance of it. So they're going to proceed with the Range Road 93, just part of their replacement of it due to the safety issues. We disagreed with the surface type that they were planning because it was going above what was originally there, and they wanted us to cover that cost. So at this stage, we're replacing as it was originally intended. So that brought the cost down 1/3 of what they proposed at the beginning, but still we have some uncertainty about our obligation, that when the invoice comes in at that point, our recommendation would be to dispute the invoice and let it go to the TCA for all the information that we've gathered so far to confirm our obligation and expectation and percentage to pay if it is. So.
I like that.
Yep. Keith?
I guess I just have a question for Councillor Michelle. That road that we were just talking about, did the county bring that back up to standard, and then now we're looking at charging them, or just what's the story on that?
That'll be, Ken will take care of that.
Yeah, through the chair. It's, as Michelle mentioned earlier, it's in good shape now. We had disagreements about the maintenance and timing. Obviously, they're done the project and are near completed or during the commissioning of the solar farms. So a lot of their contractors have gone off site, so they had problems getting people to maintain the road when required, and they're not out of the road use agreement yet. And we had a final inspection and produce information that, yes, the gravel deficiency from the original down to now is this. We gave them a period of time, and then we notified their bonding company that we were proceeding and billing them for the work, and it's been done. The oil, there's 900 meters of oil that's been redone at their cost, and we're just sending in those bills as graveling and oil maintenance on it for full cost recovery.
And honestly, that's the only part I saw is the oiled part. I never drove down the road, but if you come down the highway, you can see the new oiled part.
Okay. Any other questions? Not seeing any. Dustin was the first one with a question, so he's making the motion to accept the CAO report. Vote. It's carried. Reeve and council reports. Mine is there. There's nothing else to add right now. And we'll start with Michelle.
I didn't do a whole bunch since last council meeting. I had strategic planning. Oh, the first thing I had was a meeting at the shortgrass meeting at the Red Cliff Library. We got a tour of it, and everybody's very excited to get it for when we get to do that at the new Irvin Library. Then the next day we had strategic planning for Cypress View, which is where I saw Steve at the lodge. It was actually a really good day, and it turned out really well. It was fun. We got a lot accomplished. And, and the Rust and Shine. Had that on Saturday, served breakfast. It was raining and cold, so there was only about 10 vehicles there, but the community came out to support it. There was lots of vendors. It was a good time. And next year, I think it's on the 21st, which is a week earlier. So it'll be September 21st, and the same as it was last year. And that's it.
Dustin?
No, the only thing I had was an ASB meeting on the 26th. Two things to bring out of there. The ASB is going to have a booth at the Ag Conference to meet the ASB members and whatnot. And then also we're putting a resolution to the South Region Conference on October 17th about taxation on hedge funds, and I'll let Shane talk about that.
Sir Lloyd.
Thank you, sir. It's finally got quieted down out there. Attended the EDF at Dunmore. It was really good. Listened to Chief Fox, who gave the opening speech. And then I had a chance to talk to him outside and got two more stories from him before we had to go. So it was kind of interesting. And we had a Red Cliff landfill meeting and discussed the building. And I'll let Shane, because that's his maybe. And the other thing we're gonna do, the budget is coming up, but they did tell us that there's some heavy equipment that needs repairing or replacing. Loader, the tandem, and I can't remember what, the water truck, I think, is all coming up, just to let you know.
Richard?
So I should probably just keep, like the last two have done, and pass on to the other end of this table instead of talking, yeah.
It would go quicker.
It would go quicker, yeah. Okay, last, on the 19th after council meeting, we had a Cypress Library Board meeting. The big part of it was working on a budget for 2024, because Shane's already told me we can't have any more money, and we're gonna really need them to be gone that day when we bring that forward. September 21st, I had Milk River Watershed Council of Canada. I did a Zoom meeting. I didn't drive down to Milk River. Most of the discussion was about how low the water is in the river. I also attended the open house at the Dunmore Fire Station. Lots of positive comments as I walked around, talked to some the firemen, some of the people, and Jason showed me what they're thinking about doing upstairs for a training room, get that separation in there so they're not getting a bunch of fumes when somebody starts a vehicle. 28th, I also attended the EDF ribbon cutting. And last night we did a meeting here for the Cypress County Community Foundation. That's something that Dan and I volunteer to be on, and they could use some more members if somebody from the community is interested. And of course, they're always looking for people that would contribute. So keep that in mind. That's it. Thank you.
Blaine?
Yeah, so council meeting on September 19th. In that afternoon, me and Richard toured the Mesnat College and Redcliffe libraries, doing a little research on some of the furniture that they have, as we're going to need some for the Urban Resource Center. So it's good to see some different ideas and perspectives from different libraries out there. That evening, as Richard alluded to, we had a Cypress County Library Board meeting. September 26th. Oh, and September 26th, we had a meeting with the counting staff to go over the county library budget and whose responsibility is kind of whose and that kind of thing. So that was really good to get a little more understanding. Also had a ASB meeting, which like Dustin and Shane are going to have and will allude to. So other than that, pretty quiet.
So on September 20th, I went down to Suffield to the annual general meeting of I forget the name of the hall down there. And they elected some new officers and met some new people in town, and I was actually quite happy that there was a lot of enthusiasm to get involved. Some of the new people that have moved into town are looking for a place to get involved and have the time, and I think it's going to be good. They've got some more events planned for this year that, in addition to what they had last year, and I think they're off on the right track. So September 29th, attended the Halo Gala fundraiser. That was good food, good time. I took a phone call about leafy spurge along the South Saskatchewan River. And it's becoming quite a problem, I think, especially up, the ratepayer stated that the leafy spurge is moving up the coulees, away from the river. And so had quite an interesting conversation, and I've been doing a lot of thinking about it, and where does the landowner responsibility begin and stop when the seeds are coming down the river and they're not getting ahead of them. I think I think that's something maybe for this Ag Service Board to look at. I think another weed that seems to be coming up is the flowering rush, and that's an invasive weed, and so I think there's some action we need to at least discuss and put on the agenda for down the road so that we can at least control these weeds. I think in terms of chemicals and stuff, I know it's next to the river, you have to be careful, but a lot of chemicals that I buy for dry land, they're not meant to kill the weeds, they're only meant to control them. And you control them further after that with another crop that provides competition. Now that's going to be a bit difficult down in the brush along the river to get in there, and then the landowner also said, where does the property line end and start along the river? Is it 100 meters back, or is it river's edge? And I think when somewhere that has to be defined, that who's responsible for the weeds that come down the river. I mean, I've fought this battle with the oil company. They don't look after the roadways. Pretty soon that weed is out in my field, and then I go back to them and say, look, you've created a problem. You haven't looked after your right-of-ways. And now it's my problem, so what are you going to do about it? And very often I just have to spray over their roadside like I do my own, and I take care of all the weeds, and it's at my cost. But here along the river, I think that would be different because you don't have the access to go in there and look after that. So anyway, that's kind of what I had to. Oh, and another thing we dealt with, we had a wind tower company in special areas that was using Cypress County roads without a road use agreement. And so we've been dealing with that and working toward a resolution. So that's it for me.
Thank you. Shane?
I have nothing to report. Okay, first of all, I'm going to respond to Councillor Keith here. The county has been doing stuff. We've set out bugs that will try to combat leafy spurge. It is tough to combat. Your sheep will do it. They've doing that down in Montana. I had land along the South Saskatchewan River, and if your cattle are watering up to the river, your land, you start at the river. It's not 100 meters back, because if they think 100 meters back, well then you can be told to fence it off. So it's a gray area there. But no, Ag Service Board, Lisa has not, we've had put out bugs to combat this leafy spurge and try. It is a ongoing concern. It's a big one. I've had it, I've got it on I sold the property, but it's there, it's all over. And yeah, it becomes no different than we had to pay for spraying of on grassland that the weed come over from the base, and we had to spray. I mean, it does become your land responsibility to look after, but there is, I know you can't do chemicals right beside the river, but there are bugs that we've been working on and they've been testing on that. So it's a gray area there. With the Ag Service Board meeting, when I brought up about the tax on hedge funds and unions buying up, it's not just, I just found out on the weekend here, it's just not irrigation land, it's also pasture land. They're buying up all over the place. And once this land is bought, I've talked to a few people that rent from them. It's difficult to rent. Young guys they can rent it, it's hard, but they need the equipment, and the banks say, well, you don't have no collateral because you're just renting. So it becomes tough. But it's tough to say, you can't tell a landowner, no, you can't sell to them. But maybe it'd be a way of getting, and I've talked to Danielle Smith briefly about it, that maybe a form of a taxation, investment tax would be a way of maybe discouraging some of it, or at least the province would get some money from it. But it's an ongoing issue. I know for a piece in the county of Newell, irrigation, the person offered exactly what they were asking for from the realtor, and the hedge funds and the Ontario's Teachers Union come in and offered more money. So, I mean, and there goes the young guys. It's a tough situation when we keep talking about trying to keep the young people involved in farming and ranching. We have to sort of start looking at some of this investments going on. And that was the Ag Service Board meeting I attended, and then I attended with Lloyd there the regional landfill meeting. Yeah, we got some equipment we're paying a lot of money for repairs. Brought up the shop because to store the equipment. There's no place to store the equipment when it gets cold at service and out there. So there was a request at the meeting, and it got defeated to approve more money to the building fund. We had to set it at $400,000. They wanted $450,000 because that's what the quote come in for, a steel building with no cement, no heat, just a shell for $450,000. And I kind of said, well, I could put up a pole building way cheaper. You can look in the UFA flyer. You can put up a pretty good sized one for $110,000. So and that's erected. Then you still need your insulation and wiring and all that, but you're a long ways away from $450,000, so they had to go back to the drawing board. Because I couldn't see why, and they last a long time, good old pole buildings. I've built them, a lot of people have. Why it had to be steel, and they couldn't answer me why it had to be steel. So the building has went back to the drawing board. And then we will have to, the other cell, we're starting to fill up. We have to look at setting the money aside and start preparing here in the next year. So to start on the next cell. And that'll be about a cost of about $1 million to do that big cell. To build it. And I know Richard's smiling at me, but you can either do it or you can shut down the landfill. I mean, it's something that has to be done, and we're looking down the road, and so we'll probably be coming to the county for more money. What? No. And that's the end of my report.
Robin?
Shane, I got a question for you on the landfill part, and this is actually, I'm being serious with it. Has it been discussed or considered to potentially close down the landfill for a specific amount of time in order to actually get the airspace to a value where it's sustainable? Like, I know that for a long time it wasn't being profitable, and now like it's just a question I wanted to ask, because I know that if the city landfill was full, it would make our airspace significantly more expensive too, or more valuable, I guess is the question.
Yeah, it's hard to close down a landfill when you got customers coming in. Tabor's coming in, Red Cliff, Cypress County. You just can't close it down. We got the compost center is full. You know, you just can't. It's a big area. It's a huge area. And it's just, we're at that point. That's why the whole buildings and everything was moved to the front, was for the development of this next cell. We knew this cell was coming, and now it's here. But to close it down, I don't think that's an option.
But should it not be that the future cells could be financed by the garbage and the product that's coming in on the previous cells? Like, is that just more of a historical, because I believe that 6-7 years ago, Richard, you probably remember this, when we had the last ask for the $1 million. And I know the value of airspace. It's expensive. And I guess my question is every time that we want to open up a new cell, are they coming back to us for more money? Or should we not be trying to set some kind of an expectation that, because I'm pretty sure that we're not being dividended out any profits from a county perspective, right? Like if we were being dividended out and we could be putting it into a reserve fund that then we could come to and say, okay, yeah, well, we'll use our profits to put it back into it. But it's kind of like we're...
That was a joke to Richard, but no, we got the money sitting there to do it.
Oh, the money is there?
Yeah.
Okay, so we don't need money coming.
No,
Okay.
To get him going.
Okay, you got me there with that one too.
You got Robin going too.
I'm like,
We are being, yeah, you don't see no kickback because we got expenses going on there, but at the present rate, we have 300 years in there.
Yeah.
Because it's a huge area, and then the way you build it.
if you got the money, man, I'm with you. And you just got me a little bit there, okay?
Carolyn?
And just to further, Mr. Chairman, Council, also the board has increased significantly the tipping fees for the landfill as well, so that they've evaluated that too. It has gone up considerably.
Yeah, Calgary has replied back, the phoned again to see about coming and wanted to know the rates, and then when you're told you can come, but you're paying the same as everybody else, they haven't showed up yet.
That's okay. Richard, then Michelle.
So you are good with showing us the money part, right? Yeah. No, I guess do you have what we were hoping for down the road was a reserve for equipment, a reserve for the building, a reserve for the pits? Is that something that you've been working on? Even if you don't have enough money there, but is that one of the goals that you're
We're working on.
Okay.
It's an ongoing process, but
Yeah.
you can remember, it wasn't that many years ago that we were sort of not that good. We were broken, but it's getting fixed, and it's an ongoing process. That's something that just doesn't happen overnight, but it's ongoing. We're going in the right direction, I feel.
Michelle?
I forgot a couple things on my report. First one is from the library. Apparently there's some issue with Cypress County Library Board paying for whatever, I'm not sure what it was, but they said that there was something to do with the grant, that they didn't get it or something, or it's late. Do you know anything about that? And the second one is, I also, at the Rust and Shine, while it was raining, I got questioned quite a bit on the removal of the fire ban or the downgrading of the fire ban. That's basically all I told them, was that it's a fire restriction still, not a full fire ban, and everybody seemed to be okay with it, but I did kind of get bombarded with that stuff.
Steve?
I had the privilege of sitting down with the Cypress County Library Board and going through a bit of the numbers. They're not receiving the grant or not receiving payment. I wasn't aware of anything like that. There was a discussion, and I don't know if this will line up with what you heard, but the Shortgrass Library System sends out a per capita rate for materials and a per capita rate for membership. And one of the things we talked about to start to clean up some of the Cypress County Library Board's distribution of the money was that the Cypress County Library Board would take care of all the fees they incurred to do library services. So I don't know if that was perhaps one of the things that came up. But
I know that the membership fees have been paid. I'm pretty sure it was the materials and levies one that hasn't been paid yet. And it was questioned by the city, and they were asking, and Petra had said that it was something to do with that they had applied for this money but didn't get it on time, and that they said it's coming, but they haven't got it yet.
So that probably was in regards to the couple meetings ago about the motion that was made about the audit, and because the province wouldn't release those funds. That's what I would guarantee that's, so that's all been settled like 3-4 weeks ago, I guess now? But on our side? on our side, and then we got confirmation from Alberta Libraries that everything's cool, so I'm not sure from that, because that was some time ago. That's the only holdup that I would know of.
Yeah, that sounds like what she was talking about, that
That
it
was-
was something that it came in later than expected and whatever. She said that it was being taken care of, but it hadn't been as of last Wednesday.
Yeah, and that would be on the Alberta Library side. They were just not happy with the way that some time ago the motion was worded, that's all.
Robin?
Time for
You
my,
have something else?
if there's still questions, I can yield, but I'm just ready for my report whenever you're ready.
You have a question? I'm still shocked on the privilege to talk to a library board. Go ahead, Robin.
Right. I believe, was the ICF meeting between our last two meetings? I forget. There was an ICF meeting recently, which went over well. Continuing to have conversations about the urgent need to establish regional targets and goals, because it seems like every time that we sit down and we talk about, individually what we want, or who, we talk about a bigger project, and so it's one thing that I know I've been pushing very hard for is, and hopefully we can kind of parlay this off of the all council's dinner here tomorrow, is just the idea of trying to establish maybe one, it doesn't have to be multiple projects, but one good project that we can all work together with. We got the premier in our backyard. It'd be great to be able to identify something and do it, because the ICF, it still feels an awful lot like a meeting for the sake of having a meeting. And we do either need to find a way to take on that regional leadership approach, or I think that the time is probably coming close where we need to talk about whether we want to continue doing it or not. It's interesting because it's a volunteer. It's almost like a certain level of volunteer regional government, because in some provinces you have a regional board that has decision-making power. We do not. But I think that the opportunity that the ICF committee and the regional working group presents is this ability to think proactively, come up with some ideas, and make things better by working together. So I'm hoping that we can continue to not just talk about good things, but actually start doing the good things. I attended the Halo fundraiser on Friday night. That was great. Nice to see Keith there as well as Tara Lynn on the board. I didn't know you were on the board, so that's fantastic. Yeah, it's great. I was happy to see that and hear that the city has stepped forward with the contribution. I'm assuming that our council knew that. I didn't. That was the first time that I had heard about it. Based on the fact that we took a very strong leadership position in that, have we formally sent a letter even to the city thanking them for making that decision? And if not, could we? I just think that it's great. Like, it was a significant contribution. They historically have not done anything like that. And I know I talked to Ann Mitchell, I talked to Cassie Hyder, and just personally thanked them for making that. But I think that considering that we put a significant amount of skin in the game, and they have now come on board and also put a significant amount of skin in the game for a 2-year period. It's a two-year commitment that they have made. I think that just recognizing, I know we're not Halo, but we took that municipal leadership approach, and I think that would maybe be well received, just to say, as somebody who cares, we appreciate what you've stepped forward with, and just as a relationship building thing, I think that would be a positive. I'm sure I forgot something, but for the most part, that covers it. Thank you.
Hey, anybody have any questions?
Just if you'd like to send a letter, just need a quick motion of council in that regard.
Yep.
And we'll do it.
Okay, well, first I need a motion to receive the reports. Michelle? Oh. He's hiding behind Blaine here. Sit back, Blaine. That's all them cookies you ate. I can't see through there. Keith's making that. Any questions on it? Vote. because he's making it, he doesn't like it. That's carried. Okay.
So the motion I would make is that Cypress County Council direct administration to send a letter to the City Medicine Hat Council acknowledging and thanking them for their contribution in Halo, moving forward.
Any questions on that? Vote. It's carried. 9.1, Tyrone. Just I've got this guy sitting here, and then as soon as he's done, we'll get to you. You can come in, though. Yeah, you can come in.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So our communications coordinator is going to do a report on the Welcome Center for 2023, and very excited that another successful year at the Welcome Center, and it's made an impact in our community and in our municipality and our region, and so Sean is going to present.
Yeah, to be fair, more of a summary of a presentation. I trust that everybody's seen the 12-pager that we put in the report. There it is. And just really to highlight, I mean, really, it's been a great 2-3 years out there that we've had it, right? So again, still leasing it from Tourism Alberta at the moment. This year we upped it, thanks to council, we upped it from 5 days a week of service to 7, from May 17th to September 4th. During that time, and we sort of had some forewarning that it was going to be a busier year, and that absolutely lived up to it. Numbers went up 82% in terms of visitors this year, 5,579 versus last year, 3,061. But just to break that down, because we were open 2 days more a week, we actually saw approximately 30% increase per day. If you break that down into per day. By comparison, Medicine Hat saw, I think they reported 86% increase this year. So by and large, Southeast Alberta tourism is on the up and up post-pandemic, and I believe that those trends are set to continue into next year and beyond. Yeah, we had four staff as a result out there, and the staffing was, man, did they get along well. What a great team we had out there the past 2 years, really, but this year in particular. They all worked together very, very well. They came up with the idea of creating a TikTok account this year, which was quite well received. I had a couple of their things go, I wouldn't say full viral, but very well received. And I think that in general, all the things they did, they featured, I believe they did videos on 9 businesses throughout the year. And of course, doing their regular posts on both Facebook, Twitter, and on the new TikTok account, Instagram as well, I should mention, with just lots of highlighting of events and things like that in the county. So it wasn't just greeting people at the tourism center. It was also, of course, doing some outreach, trying to help local businesses, and that's one area that we see that we can improve on in the future as well, in terms of giving assistance to businesses. We hosted the annual Celebrate Cypress County event, July 15th. Actually had a couple of our authors, David Carter and Summer Straub, came out. That did really well for the book signing. They will have more competition this year. The numbers were not as high for that event this year as they were last year, but generally there was a lot more events going on in the county this year. So sometimes that just happens, and we're happy to promote people to go to other things. There was tons going on in Elkwater that day, for instance, that we sent people off to after they came to our event. So yeah, and then of course with our Badlands Boutique, which we rebranded it as this year, there's been little things going on every year that improve, just from even just having better Starlink internet there this year for visitors. That was well used. But also, of course, improving the Badlands Boutique with all of their local artisans and stuff like that. We had a debit machine out there, triple the sales as a result of that. We even started selling county merch out there as well. I think we sold $1,000 of county merch. So again, things that we're going to continue doing and improving on year by year as we learn more and more about the things we can do out there. I think that's pretty much the highlights of the report. Yeah, I mentioned the increases, internet. If anybody's got any questions, I'm here for you.
Robin?
Thanks, Sean. Question I got when I was going through and kind of looking at the trends. Am I off? Wait a minute.
I can hear you. I think the
Okay.
light's burnt out.
Testing. Yeah, okay, we're good. A lot of the trends tend to point towards us directing people to areas outside of the county. And this has always been kind of my contention with the visitor center as it exists, because really like the benefit from Cypress County's perspective on a tourism side, especially when you're trying to look at measurable results, is a little bit complicated because it's never really direct, it's indirect, and it's more public relations, and so it's hard to quantify benefit and value. Is there access to, because I'm assuming that we're still the ones that are funding it fully. It seems that with a lot of the data that we have right now, we could probably make a pretty good pitch to tourism, or to Badlands, or to something like that along the lines, because what we're doing is we're putting in a significant amount of money in order to take over for somebody else that is benefiting somebody else. And as great as it is to showcase local artisans and things like that, again, if you take that, I'm going to pull a number out of the air, but if it's $120,000 to operate that facility, you know, the value, you know, it's not necessarily there. I'm just kind of curious whether or not, and maybe this is less for you and for administration as well, but does it give us the opportunity to approach Alberta Tourism for some of that, and then maybe try to find some regional partners that can help to cover some of those?
Cede to Leslie Ann to answer a bit of this question.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess for me it's a little bit hard to measure, you know, return on investment sometimes with these things, but what I have noticed is a lot of positive feedback from the businesses within Cypress County. They have noticed quite a large uptick in them, and also to the other events and things going on. So yeah.
And I'll
Yeah,
just,
and the budget was 70 for it.
and I'll piggyback on that answer as well and just say that, yeah, like it's anecdotal, right? So you can't necessarily measure. We even still now, even though those kids are not there anymore, I've continued to do weekly posts on the Welcome Center thing, advertising events and whatnot, and so that's a big part of it is getting people out to events. You're right, they absolutely send people wherever in Alberta they were planning on going and giving them information on those things. But one thing I will note, and it doesn't really show up in the report too well, is the number of people who are actually staying in Cypress County or Medicine Hat was up from the previous year. I don't know if that's going to continue to be a trend. Of course, we hope it will be. The more that goes up, then obviously the more that our advice to them is going to be beneficial.
But where in Cypress County are they staying? We don't have hotels. So like, is it specific? Like, and that's where I'm not actually arguing it. I'm looking for more specifics. Like if they're staying in, are you Airbnb-ing it? Are you camping? Like what does that look like? Right? Because if you know, maybe one of the things that they're looking for is more campgrounds, and then we can have that conversation. I think that more than anything, I'm more interested in the data and what the data points us towards, and where, you know, we could expand it, you know, versus just saying, well, yeah, you know, that they're staying in Cypress County or Medicine Hat, because we know that the hotel spaces in Medicine Hat are significantly higher, and, you know, data matters, right?
Yeah, and we can absolutely improve on that by not just saying Cypress County and Medicine Hat. Say 3 questions. Are you staying in Cypress County? Are you staying in Medicine Hat? Or are you not staying in either of those 2 places? Then we'd have better data on that, agreed.
Shane?
Could we maybe approach the Medicine Hat Hotel Association to, about maybe, you know, even just some funding? And because, you know, with their pamphlets and their hotels, and it'd be maybe some to look at just to help offset. Because they're, you know, staying. Be something to look into.
Richard?
One thing we don't want to forget is the fact that there's numerous people that live in Cypress County that own businesses in Medicine Hat. And yes, we are directing them, some to Medicine Hat, some to the other ones. We are in a partnership with 40 Mile and Town of Bow Island to encourage business development, et cetera. But we just can't forget, and I can think of 3 or 4 off the top of my head, that a couple live in Desert Bloom and they have businesses, or a couple of them in Medicine Hat. That one the one person owns 2 hotels and a restaurant, right off the top of my head, on 13th. So there's a spin-off that you can't always necessarily have something, you know what I mean, in writing. There's spin-offs that just are there, but you can't put the dollar to it.
Is there any other questions for Sean? Robin?
It's more just in response to Richard's. I agree with you that we have residents that live in the county and have businesses in the city, but the county does not go and pay for infrastructure in the city in order to upkeep the business that's in the city. And so the city, they put in the services, they collect the taxes, which is why I'm saying is if we are talking about a very regional promotion, which I'm conceding in the value, because I was a stick in the mud on this from year 1 and year 2. If we're beginning to see that there is value that is there, and we can demonstrate that with these numbers, there's no reason why we can't be asking for, some kind of regional cooperation. It's not a lot, but it is something.
Blaine?
Yeah, I reiterate that the Welcome Center's done a great service to the county and to its businesses in the county, but it sounds like this is a conversation for the ICF meetings.
Any other questions for Sean? Not seeing any. Thank you very much, Sean.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break, then we'll get to our delegation.
Sean? Yeah, and we're going into closed right after that.
Okay, before we go in camera, we have Justin here as a delegation. The floor is yours, sir.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for having me here today. It's a great honor to be able to come and connect with you, both as the new MLA, but also at the first sitting here of my time at Cypress County Council. I just want to kind of bring a few updates to you before we kind of just go into a less formal conversation. So some updates that have come down. I want to thank you guys for reaching out. You have been probably the most active municipality that I've been able to deal with in regards to looking for advocacy on a number of issues. And it was a great opportunity to get Minister Lowen down here where we could connect with various different issues out towards the Cypress Hills, as well as some of the less immediate issues, such as changing up what some of those hunting seasons look like out that way. So I know that there's some work being done in the background to specifically support each and every one of you. I know that I've had a great number of you through the office at some point since the election here in May, and it's been really great to connect with each and every one of you. And I'm hoping that when we have the less formal conversation, to just kind of discuss what my goals are and how I can support each and every one of you and your constituents to make sure that Southeast Alberta really is the best place to set up shop, both economically as well as socially and family-wise. So, cool. That's really all I got for that part anyways.
Okay, can I get somebody to make a motion for us to go in camera? Lloyd? Vote? Okay, take a 5-minute break.
Motion to adjourn. I'm tired. I'm tired.
We'll be in a bit here.
It's my nap time.
Old timers out.
Anybody over 40 want to vote for that?
All right, Les, we got a motion on the floor. Richard wants to adjourn, he's tired.
Vote. Are we voting on that?
All right, 9.2, Tara Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Medical first response, MFR grant, page 130. So the recommended motion, Mr. Chairman, is that council direct administration to complete and submit medical training and equipment grant funding for 23 and 24. And the background information starts on page 130.
Thank you. Richard? You're
They don't
still
need
awake?
training, do they?
I'm making the motion. I read it over. It looks good, so no comments. Other than, looks good.
Any questions or comments on it? I think we do it every year anyhow. So. Okay, vote.
You're tired too. Me too.
That's carried. Back in. Jeez. Okay, Blaine's moving to go in the camera. Vote. He just moved to come home because he doesn't know which way he wants to go.
I don't know which way I'm going here.
That's carried. think. Oh, no, Shane's motion, it's not carried. Okay, we're stuck here. All right, so 10.1 we're bringing back. Need a motion to bring that back? Or you're good with everything? But you need a motion for the ICF, though.
Yes, but, yeah, the minutes.
They're just drafty draft when they haven't been approved by the committee yet.
Oh,
Oh, were they?
we're good. Golden.
All right, so we just need the motion for Robin. Shane's or for
Dustin.
Dustin.
Too little, too late on that one.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion to, that Dustin run for chairman of the regional, South Region of the Alberta Ag Service Boards, and with compensation. As per policy.
Okay, any questions?
I get to review his expenses.
Vote. How come you voted yes for that one? You made the motion on the last one, too. All right, meeting adjourned.
No.
No, now they gotta waste time on you. Now they're wasting time on you.